everybody doing? Welcome to Because It Is Tuesday Sprints. It is Courtney, Tangible Reads, aka Sweaty Mess, but I worked out, so I will take that for the win. Uh, whew. How's everybody doing today? Let me know. Let me know. Oh, y'all. I just finished my workout. Actually, just finished the workout itself. I still need to stretch and do a few more things, which I will continue and finish up on the first sprint. So that's that. So whew, still overheated, y'all. I should get some water. Oh man, here's a mess. Let me know, what are y'all up to today? What's on the docket? What are you reading? All of that good fun stuff, because don't we like that? So it's been a busy morning for me thus far. I actually managed to get up early. Hello, Kiana. How are you doing, Miss Lady? Managed to get up early, which is nice. That's the goal, is to get up and do my workout before sprints. Most of the time don't make it. You know how that goes. But looks so dark in here. I'm going to be moving on the first sprint, but it looks very dark in here. But yeah, so I managed to do that. And I'm still listening to my book. Let's see. For a book club tonight, for those of y'all that are interested, I will be on tonight at 7:30, and we'll be trying to find this here. I'm on tonight at 7:30, and we'll be discussing Dominion, which is the book club pick for my book here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Apparently not. It is. I'm trying to pull. All right. Well, I don't know if y'all can really see this, but I'm just pulling up my sprint schedule here. Right there, Dominion. That's the book. Okay. It is good thus far. I was reading it last night, and I'm trying to get it done. So I found the audio for it. So I was listening to it during my workout. So trying to get them last few pages. So definitely will get that done by the end of today. So that is on the docket. I got like 30 pages left. So totally doable. Totally doable. I'll get that done during sprints today. And then I'll be moving on to doing some hair stuff. Got to wash them, doing all that. Kiana has started 100 Rules for Living to 100 by Dick Van Dyke. Let's see, who was reading that? Was it last month? A lot of people were reading that book, making a lot of comments about it. Well, hopefully you get some good advice from there. Any advice you want to impart now for me? With some good advice besides probably hydration and moisture, but we already know that, right? With some other things to learn about that. One thing, Kiana, I don't know if you've noticed, I did indeed decide to lock as well. So we're lock twins, I guess. It's a challenge, it's a challenge. I'm not used to the shriveled. I don't know. I don't really normally wear my own hair out much anyways in a ponytail, but it sucks to have the length, it comes up. But anyway, I gotta get some washing done today. It's been about a month. I started with the back. I think you did the same thing, the 2-strand twists. So I started with that, and I did the back, and then 2 weeks later I did the top because I didn't know if I really wanted to commit. But I need to get some detangling, clean up some of these parts in the back here. Okay. So we'll see how that goes today. That's the part I'm not looking forward to, but I gotta wash. So any rules or any tools, or what's the term I'm looking for? Not tools. Any advice you have as someone on a fellow hair journey, let me know. But definitely liking thus far. But you never ever get away from the detangling process. I tell you that. Whew, I'm still sweating. These glasses, you see right here? The perils of being a glass wearer, where you will have condensation buildup, okay? Whew, steamy. Call me Mrs. Steamy, right? Anyway, well, that's that. Kiana says I'm only on page 2. Oh, you're early on. Okay, I get you. Love the hair. I'm still getting used to it, but I have no regrets. It's nice. It's the thing is I have different densities in the back and in the front, and I'm doing this myself. I didn't want to go the micro or what's the other, the sister one. So, I'm doing my own thing and we'll see how it turns out. I was reluctant because I have some scalp issues in the front. So it's like, but my main goal is I'm so sick of detangling hair. I'm done, like hours and hours, and I will never get my hair the way that I want. Locks, not to say that they're easy, but I can go about my day and do some stuff. Don't worry, like the big detangling, then figuring out what to do with it later. Most of the time I put on a little headband, or at work, I have a little ponytail. So I may put like the top in a little ponytail, nothing crazy, but I don't know. For those of y'all in the chat, we're talking about locks for hair, but thus far I am liking it. It's just I've never really had short hair in my life, and so with natural hair anyway, you can have a hair way down to here, and it still looks as short as what my hair is, because my hair is about right here anyway. But it is what it is. You get the shrinkage, so it's just that I never really wear it out for me to really recognize that length there. So but it's I do like that freedom of it. I'm not worrying about it. I kind of spritz with a little, what do I use? What do you use? I use what I got, aloe. And I have a little some rose petals I made rose water from. But once those are done, I'm not gonna. But I basically use aloe. I have a little glycerin I mix with that and some oil, and I call it a day. So not having to buy all those products and stuff is nice. So just something to get used to. So just worried about all the residue stuff people talk about. So I don't know. We'll see. But thus far, yes, I do like the freedom of it and getting used to just the look. It is what it is. So. Hello, Miss Grace. Getting stuff done while listening to Vow of Embers by Soraya. I like that name. Wilson. Currently 71% in, and I got to get laundry done today too. Hey, clean laundry is a must, okay? Clean laundry is a must. I'm not mad at that. Not mad at it. Next week, maybe I'll do some laundry. Last week we did some. I work the next few days. I've been off for a few days and I work. So I'm getting into work mode. So no laundry time. Just going to clean the hair, sweep the floor, and do some cooking today in addition to the book. So that's about it. But get the laundry done and get some good books. Combining them is where it's at, okay? Kiana says, my lactician says, get a do-rag, not a bonnet. Ooh, you know what? I have heard things about the do-rag, the bonnet lately, because, I watch a lot of videos online, and they talk about in the back that it kind of bunches your hair up, and maybe cause breakage. I haven't really had that issue. I used to go back and forth. Bonnets, I only really wear when I have like extensions in, which I don't. So while I have them, I don't normally wear them. I actually use it's a satin scarf that I tie my head up with. So it's almost like a do-rag, truthfully. But it's a cute little satin scarf. It's like it has a pocket like a do-rag, but then it has straps that I can tie around. So I haven't noticed any bad issues with it. So I just am learning that I think after you wash, you really need to detangle, if you want to call it detangle, but clean up the parts, wrap the loose hairs after every wash. Okay. And then I tend to sweat a lot. So, I need to just set aside time for that. I think that if I do that, it'll be a little bit better and be a little bit more gentle with washing. But I've washed twice thus far and it's been fine, but I can't say I did an actual like detangle, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm going to do today. I have one of those 3-way mirrors that I put on the door. And so like front, I think is fine, especially because it's newer, you can get to the front, but on the back, you put your head back. So I definitely feel that marrying in the back. So I'm not looking forward to that. Same here. Hold up a sec. Sorry, that's my husband is trying to. He works from home. He tends to walk around a lot, talking all over the house, which is annoying. I'm always like, hey, I don't mind you with your meetings, just stay over there. But he has this nervous energy where he walks all over the house. And even then, when I'm in an area and he's on calls, but it's like, there's other areas. Like he was just outside for the last 20 minutes taking a call. So now I'm like, okay, don't come this way. Um, anyway, oh yeah, that's the do-rag. Okay. Same here. I was tired of all the time spent doing on my hair. Exactly. Exactly. Yes, the time. Black hair is lovely. Don't get me wrong. I have no issues with black hair. I'm a black woman myself. But you spend a lot of time. I'm not one of those people for elaborate styles and things like that. So, and then I'm also a DIYer. So I don't spend tons of money on my hair. Like when I used to have braids and twists and crochet and things like that, like those are things that I did YouTube University and learned and did myself. So very minimal amount of money spent. But it can get expensive, especially if you're not doing it yourself. That's like $200, if not more, a pop for some people. I had a coworker that spent $230 on some goddess braids and kept them in 4 weeks. There's no way. I got other things to do. No way. But yeah, I got tired of spending hours like every few weeks on my hair. And then I still, like I said, I have certain scalp issues. I would never get my hair the way I want it. My hair is kind of uneven and things like that. And I would never, ever get it the way that I want. So it's just undue trauma. And then, the more you're raking through your hair. Anyway, this isn't a hair segment, but yes, it's a lot of time and effort I just am tired of doing. So hopefully this alleviates. Locks are definitely not a set it and forget it. I learned that because I watched quite a number of videos. I've been thinking about locks for years, actually. So this is my 4th time trying. So I'm going to I'm gonna stick it out. The longest time I tried was 3 months. And I put some extensions in it and they just weren't right. I knew they weren't right when I put them in. I was going to cut them out and then I just decided to just cut all of it off and start fresh. That was before, but yeah. So we'll keep up with this and we'll see what happens. Okay, I'm gonna give myself 6 months at least, but I just need to see how I really feel about the detangling and stuff. Kiana says, I'm seeing your picture on IG. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I'll take a look at it. Okay, y'all. So we're going to get into the first sprint. Okay, put in the comments, what are you reading if you just popped in here? Ooh, my face. On this first sprint, what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish listening to my book. Not finish, but listen, continue to make a dent. Do some stretching, maybe take a walk. We have about an hour and it's early yet for me as far as with eating. So I'm going to do that. And then if I have time, I'll eat breakfast. So that is not what I want. That is not what I want. So let's get a different view. But as you can see, we're going to have a troll race here because who doesn't love a nice little troll? There we go. Perfect. Okay. So this is our race. We are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 looks so small, but I do like it. I'm gonna choose number 3 right off. I already know. So, but here we go. We have I'm trying to figure out hair. We'll go by hair. So you have red hair, blue hair, yellow hair, and green hair. I'm gonna go with the little baby and number 3. They look so cute. So that will be my preference there. Let me know who you are going to throw your support behind, who you would love to win, to knock it out the park. They all look pretty eager, to tell you the truth. 4 looks like they're about to do some stuff. Okay. 4 looks like they're going to cheat. That's what that 4 looks like. 4 looks like they are going to cheat. I don't know if y'all can see the pants. Let me see if I can get this banner off so maybe you can see the pants. Let's see. All right. Well, see, now this is in the way and I can't get that off. Okay. Well, number one has on some green pants, if y'all can see those. But anyway, let's see. What are my comments here? Kiana is going to go with number one. Okay. So we got number one in the house. Not many people. I think it's two people on stream. So we're gonna have one, and then I have number three. So we're gonna go with that for now. Okay. So happy reading. I will see you in an hour. And there we go. We have number one is the winner. And I believe that is Kiana, if I'm not mistaken. So number one, number one, number one. There we go. Let me get this off the screen here. How did excuse me, how did that sprint go for everyone? Let me know. Let me know. How did that sprint go? Let's see. So what did I do? I went for a walk. I finished stretching. Did a little abby ab and all that stuff, and then I went for a walk, which was nice. So that was a good time. Nice day outside today, y'all. Nice day. I'm just pleasantly surprised. Not too hot. Got a little breeziness going on, so no major complaints. Can't say anything bad about the day. So happy about that. Um, the walks was pretty good. I don't know how much I walked. Maybe a little, I don't know, fourth of a mile. I don't know. It wasn't too long, but it was pretty good. So fun time, fun time. Saw the FedEx man running around the neighborhood, not bringing me any packages, but that's okay. Just getting another timer loaded up here. I did finish my book though, so I am ready for book club discussion. I knew I would get it done, so that's not even a biggie there. But way down to the last minute. So if you are going to be here tonight let me see what I'm trying to find the book here. Tonight at 7:30 p.m. EST, the book Dominion, we will be discussing. Okay, so it'd be pretty interesting. I gotta write down some notes, figure out what I want to talk about. But yeah, very interesting ending, I will say. I'm gonna figure out what's going on with my hair. Whatever. I need to take a shower, y'all. I'm a mess. I need to wash my hair. I think I'm going to eat breakfast and then do some hair stuff on the next sprint, or at least today. We'll see when I get to it. Need to put aside some time. Hello, Miss Leslie, popping in to say hello, getting ready for work. Hope blue and red hair wins. Oh, what was the blue? I think number one was blue, right? I think one was blue. So I would say yes, but number one was the winner. Have fun. You too as well. Hope work goes very, very quickly. Make sure you hydrate and all of that, okay? Hello, Cherie. Good morning. Just got into work, putting you on the office screen. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Listening to Two Kinds of Strangers by Steve Kavanaugh. I have not heard of Two Kinds of Strangers. Hopefully it's doing good for y'all. Oh, yeah, my eyes are irritated. Sorry, I need to clean the glasses. For people that wear glasses, you know. I never realized just how dirty glasses get until recently, y'all. So anyway, so hopefully you're enjoying that book and work goes quickly for you as well. Hello, Kathy. It's Dead Day at Work. So I'm reading The Eye of the World by Robert Jordan immersively. Ooh. Isn't it nice when you can read from work? I enjoy reading at work. I get probably most of my when I say I get most of my reading done, I get a lot of reading done at work. Let's just say that. Some days are a lot more conducive than others, but I definitely will say I get a lot of reading at work. So I cannot complain one bit, okay? Ooh, running out of water here, y'all. Make sure y'all are hydrating. Don't run out of water like me, but we're going to take it to the head, y'all. Done. Okay, there we go. Gonna get some more. Hopefully you enjoy your book, okay? Hello, Miss Christina. How are you doing today? Make sure you remember to hydrate, feed yourself, save your progress. Oh, so important, y'all. Say where you're at, okay? Take some laundry, take the med, stretch, which I am still doing with my ankles and my shins. They feel really, really tight. I'm doing some flexation. Make sure y'all do something while you're sitting there, okay? Show some love to the like button and make sure you sub and ring the bell so you can hopefully be notified. Thank you very much for Christina for all the reminders. I definitely appreciate those, and it puts me on track. Okay. I'm going to do most of those things today if I have not already. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing today? Welcome, Miss Renee. What's going on? What's going on? On my way to dinner and then music quiz. Ooh, music quiz. Okay, let me know what this music quiz thing is about. Is like for work, entertainment? I am curious. Is it a trivia? And what you gonna have for dinner? I'm nosy. Let me know. Let me know. Reading Princess Knight on the Train. Ooh, okay. Never heard of that. Sounds like a fantasy. Don't know. Let us know. Let us know. Be safe out in the streets. Okay, Renee. Hello, Miss Books Are Everywhere. I think you're new to the channel. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Make sure you subscribe and let me know if you're booktuber too, okay? I'm at work, so can't stay, but just want to stop by to hit the like button. Well, thank you very much for coming on in. I'm here most Tuesdays, unless I have to work. I'm here most Tuesdays at this time, starting at 10 a.m. EST, okay? Hope work goes quickly, y'all. I love all y'all are stopping in, giving me a little bit of your time or a lot of your time, whatever you can spare, especially with work. Okay. I do that quite often with people. I might not be able to stay. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. But get your work on, get your books. Always bring your book to work, y'all. Okay. Books are my happy place. Work is not, it has its moments. So bringing that goodness with you gives you a little bit of reprieve if it gets hectic. Okay. Hey, Grace, 79% into my audiobook. Ooh, okay. Let us know what that is. You're almost done up in there. Okay. Not mad at that. I was close with mine too. That's how I finished it. Between my workout this morning and the walk that I just did, I was able to finish this book. Okay. Probably about 10 minutes before sprints ended. Then I was in the kitchen trying to figure out what I'm going to cook. We shall see. Trying to figure it out. Ordered groceries. Ooh, okay. So do you order and they deliver, or you order and then go pick it up? See, I'm one of those people to where I don't really like shopping, but I don't mind shopping for food because there's always new stuff to discover. So, and then I like a good discount grocery store, like those surplus places. So they always have something new. So I probably have too much food that I buy. I've been cutting back on a lot of the sugar, just in general, because we've been going way overboard in my house, y'all. Just out of control. Okay. Trying to cut back on that. A deal is a deal, but it's not a good deal when it's messed up in your body. So I can definitely deal with less of that. But I like to walk around and see what I'm working with, And then as an adult, I don't get out as much except for work. So it's almost like going to the grocery store, it's a day out for me. I work out, sometimes I wouldn't say I get dressed up. Sometimes I used to, but it's a day out, nice day. I take my time, I call people. I'm talking on the phone in the car on the way to doing things, I'll hit up the library. Generally, that's what I do. I hit up the library when I grocery shop. So I normally go library first, then to the grocery store and come back. But it's a whole hours long ordeal. It's not a quick process. So my husband has learned not to come with me, which is fine. He doesn't have the patience that I have in the grocery store, and so I don't like to be rushed. So it's better I just do my own thing. He always gets something. So but yeah, I like to physically go. So I've never ordered groceries. Kiana says, I got to clock in for work, but we'll try to pop in. Okay. Thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. And yes, you did indeed win. Okay. You chose the correct winner. I chose number 3, the baby, and it didn't work out. Didn't work out. Kathy says, I love it, but I'm thinking of the to-do list I have at home. I mean, I did make it to 5% through. There you go. There we go. That is a start. I wish we could just sit here and read, but unfortunately, you got to pay the piper, so it's okay. Yeah. You get it done. Get it done. Ren says hello to everyone. and finishing off Warrior Fate today. Ooh, okay. Is that part of the series? Kiana says, no, they deliver. I do it strictly for the convenience. Yeah, definitely convenient. And I know of several people that order groceries and have them delivered, and they're not with that going to the store. So it's to each his own in that respect. I'm just one of those people. I like to go and put my hands on things and take a look and have different ideas. I can't think of it in my house by myself. Probably have air fryer chicken and some potatoes if I just had, and tacos if I had to just order, because I wouldn't think outside the box. But it's so convenient getting in the store, in the car, and driving there. And I know some people don't have cars, so that's another thing. With working like a 9 to 5 and stuff like that, I know that's even crazier. And with kids and stuff, I work in very shift schedule, so I'm off during the week, some days. So I generally do my shopping like in the middle of the day, like in the week. So weekend shopping, I every once in a while, I will go to a grocery store on a weekend, like when my husband's available, because he doesn't work the same schedule I do. So he's available on the weekends. So sometimes I'll take him, and every single time I complain, I'm like, oh my gosh, I hate it. I do not like shopping on the weekends anymore. It's like, oh, it's too many people touching things, too many people around with carts and stuff. It's annoying. The deals normally come out like during the week. So it's like a lot of the stuff's already gone by the time people on the weekend come and everybody. So burns me up. But I don't know. Like I said, I still enjoy physically going to a store, but I know it's not convenient for everybody. Chaos, okay? Sherry Juanita said, Sherry, I'm sorry. I placed my Sam's Club order to be picked up tomorrow because I don't want to be in the store. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get all of it. I'm just not that person. So, but it also depends on convenience. Like some people don't have a store nearby. I would probably have a different attitude if I didn't have as great access to stores that I do have. I drive a little bit longer distance now that I moved, but I still think I have. Once I found them, I found I had greater access to stores. But it's a day out for me. It's something to do. I enjoy that. I like those little minute details, and yeah, I don't mind it. My husband doesn't really like it either, but he likes the deals, like the discount store that I like to go to. He likes there because of the multitude of junk that they have. It is more affordable to eat unhealthy than it is to eat healthy. I will say that. So he likes that. But for the reason that he doesn't have the patience that I do, and also he tends to pick up a lot of junk, and I don't want to argue with him about it, it is better that I go by myself. And so since he's not normally available during the day, during the week, it is better for me to go by myself. Plus, it's a day out, but I do want him to get out more, which is why sometimes on the weekends, and especially if we're in the areas over whatever doing things, then I'll be like, hey, let's go here. But definitely not my preference. Okay. Kiana says, lately I've been shopping early in the morning. I see why old folks do it. You can get in and out. Yes. Morning shopping, day shopping. Yes, it's where it's at. I agree. However, I moved to Florida. This is where, certain individuals go to retire and all that stuff. And these stores, I do think they're very busier on the weekends too, but these stores are popping no matter what time of day it is. I will say that. Very rarely do I encounter a store that doesn't have a good amount of people in it. Some more than others. You got to hit it at the right time. But I do notice that just the clientele changes at different times, and it's just a little less busy. But I definitely prefer. You get out of the traffic too, if you go during the day. Go at people at work. Hello, Sovine. How you doing? Finally, time for some reading. Love that, love that, love that. Going to finish the last hour of premeditated Myrtle and Knit. That's cute. That definitely sounds like a cozy, cozy mystery. Okay. How far are you into that book? Let us know. Hello, Mary. How are you doing? Trying to finish London by Edward Rutherford. Can I say that? An ambitious 1,300 pages for 1 month. Woof, woof, woof. See, my stomach is growling on that one. Not just because I'm hungry. Okay, I'm going to look at this book. I want to see what is 1,300 pages. Okay. By the way, y'all, I believe I was reading Deadly Class last week for sprints. And why did I type 1,300 instead of London? I was reading Deadly Class, which is a over 1,300, it's almost 1,400 page graphic novel on sprints last week. And I did indeed finish that about 2 days ago. It was good. Let me know if any of y'all have read Deadly Class. Now that was the compendium, which is the complete, it's like the omnibus. I think those terms are interchangeable. I never heard compendium till I looked this up with Deadly Class. I've heard of omnibus, but it basically is the whole wrap up of the entire series, which is 56 volumes. So definitely enjoyed that. Very deadly, but finished Deadly Class. It's about a kid who goes to an assassin's academy. Okay, so London is an epic historical novel, chronicles the history of London from Roman times. Ooh, okay, to the 20th century. Several fictional families, events are great for. Oh, very interesting. Aristocrats, one of the personal stories. Real historical figures like Julius Caesar and Shakespeare. That sounds like that ought to be an interest. I mean, that's not my thing, I will say that, but it definitely sounds like a book that's going to give you a lot of really good details. Like if you're really into history and you get a good story. I really like a historical narrative. History is okay. I do enjoy history. However, reading about it in a plain nonfiction format is just not my thing. But reading a historical narrative where it puts it in perspective with real events, I will say that I do tend to absorb those better. But I do like that. How far are you into London? That's a chunker, milady. Rich with meticulously researched details about daily life, landmarks, and major events. That's good. If you're gonna write a book, you might as well be historically accurate. I hate when you have people that don't get it done. Don't get it done. Okay, that put details that aren't supposed to be in there. So. Okay, well that works. Well, I hope that you enjoy it thoroughly. Okay, take your time with that because it'll be a minute. But what's really good about a book like that, though, is that you get to immerse yourself inside of it and you feel like it sits with you. That's what I liked about Deadly Class, is that I was in it a while, although I did feel like I was rushing the end because I needed to get to my book club book, but I was rushing the end because I felt like it went into like a lot of psychological, I wouldn't say psychological thriller. What is that? Psychological. What's the term I'm looking for? I always get hung up on that. Not psychological thriller, but psychological drama. Yeah, just a lot of psychological drama, just in the person's head so much. Thank you. Thank you. Hope Dominion book chat goes well tonight. My book hasn't come in. I'll catch it on rewatch. Yeah, I know you were seeing that. I'm sorry you can't be here for it. But yeah, it should be a good time. Hopefully, I'm enjoying. I mean, it's going to be a good discussion. I mean, it should be under an hour. I don't plan to be quick or be quick. Sorry. Don't plan to be too long. It's just a few points and call it a day. I'm trying to look for a book. Hold on one second, y'all. This is the book club discussion or the book club pick for April. For those of y'all in the chat that are interested for my tangible reads book club, we're going to be reading one book each and every month as like a buddy read. And this is April, but we're doing Dominion and discussing tonight. The discussion for this one, I haven't posted it yet because it's not April, but do I have it written down? Let me see. I should have it written down. April 30th is when this book will be discussed, and it's 432 pages, so not too bad. Not too bad. This is Justinian Holmes. He looks black, doesn't he? Yeah. So very interesting debut novel. Oh, I'm going to be reading that book later on. The Emperor and the Princess Palace. Hold up. I'm just checking. Oh, that is very interesting. Okay. So this is the book for April. Hopefully it's pretty good because I already have his other book, The Emperor and the Endless Palace, on my list for June. So, Andy, next big Somo. Yeah. So apparently, is this his second book? He lives in LA where he also works as a film executive, most recently on K-pop Demon Hunters. This guy, wow, amazing. Okay, well, we haven't talked about him too much, but this is his second book. His first book is going to be read in June. And that movie, that animated film, K-pop Demon Hunters, actually, he was an executive producer on it, which I saw as well. So I'm already knee deep in this guy, and I ain't even read anything by him yet. So very interesting. So Mary says, yes, historically accurate. Yes, you got to get your details right because people will call you on that. Okay. I have heard of some books where details were not right and people were coming for the author. So, especially if you're going to write like a historical saga like that one is, it needs to be accurate. Okay. You have a lot of pages to get things wrong. That's not cool. Lucky C came in for me right away at the library. Ooh, okay. That'll work. That'll work. Well, you will be ahead of the game, okay? Let's see. I'm going to have to renew this one by the time because, I don't read it till the end of the month, but this came through. So 2025 is when this came out. So pretty recently, too. Should be a good time. Should be a good time, hopefully. Okay, y'all, let's get to our next sprint because my stomach is still growling and I'm hungry. I am going to eat and then also I'm going to make some cabbage. So I'm going to prep that, put that in the crock pot here. All right, y'all. So we have here a title race. Okay, it's a turtle race. And let me take this off the screen. We have 4 turtles here that are so adorable. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have the 1 through 4. 1 is the orange shell, 2 is the pink, 3 is, we'll call that, I don't know what to call that one. That one's also orange. We'll call it diamond. And then number 4 is kind of brownish green. I'm going to go with number 2 with the pink shell because I think it's adorable. So I'm going to go with number 2. Let me know your take on these little turtles. And which would you like to win? Number 2 looks like those little domes for the lights. That's what that one looks like. Let's see. All right. Mary's going to go with number 3. Okay, we got 2 and 3 in the house. There we go. There we go. Any other takers, y'all? I'm going to go ahead and start this spread shortly. Gonna choose your winner there. And then Sylvan's gonna go with number 4. Okay, so we got 2, 3, and 4. That'll work. That'll work. I will take that. I will take that. All right, y'all. Happy reading. I will see you in 45 minutes. There we go. Score number two. I like how it's hopping up and down. Okay, there we go. We have a winner. Okay. I am 1 for 2. Where am I at? There we go. I am 1 for 2 today. Okay. We can quit sprints. No, we're not. But I am 1 for 2. Generally, I have trouble winning at these sprints. So there we go. Number 2 was the winner for that one. That's the one that I chose. So how did that sprint go for everyone? Let us know. Let us know. I'm hydrating, as you can tell, trying to get these pills down, y'all. I had breakfast, so that was good. Enjoyed that. And then I was cooking. So, got to eat some food. And so I decided to go ahead and cook. Cut up some cabbage, which is, pretty interesting, kind of tough. But anyway, I cut up some cabbage and I put it in the crock pot. That's what I've been doing lately with some chicken broth and some seasoning. And so hopefully that turns out delicioso. The last 2 times I cooked it was pretty good. I put a little bit more seasoning this time because, you got to season it right. I don't have that seasoning eyeball touch like my mom does. So every once in a while you got to test it, and maybe when it comes out, check it out. But I did that. And what else did I do? Is that it? I spoke to my husband. Yeah, that's about it. Sprint worked very quickly. I had breakfast and I did some food prep. So that was that. So let's get to the chat here. Jean says, hello. Oh, I also did dishes too. So that was something. You have a migraine, but trying to get some stuff done. Ooh, sorry to hear. I know that can be frustrating. Ooh. I was just watching a video, Mara's Junk Drawer. Pretty interesting channel, BookTube channel. A little bit of everything, but very much into books. She was talking about how she had a migraine for 7 days straight. That's a lot. That is crazy, okay? So take care of yourself there. Hello, Kendra. How are you doing? I'll go for the orange yellow guy at the bottom. Hey, sometimes it doesn't work out. No, it was number 2 that won. Although I will say number 3 started like running right out the gate. I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Why is that turtle going so quickly? But they slowed down. Okay, slow down. Hello, how are you doing? Just got done. Hold up a second. I just remember I need to write some down. Oh, wow. Coming down to right here. Sorry. You get a thought in your head. There we go. Sorry about that. But just got, where am I at here? Just got done with my morning meetings and have some follow-up to do, but we'll try to sneak in some reading of Mean Streak by Sandra Brown. Ooh, okay. Hopefully you get that done quickly so you can get to some reading and all that jazz. Okay. I'm gonna give you good vibes with all that, okay? Because I know that can be frustrating. Rain made it to 77%. Awesome. I right out there, right? Hello, how are you doing today, Black Widow? Welcome. And someone said 15 minutes left of the audiobook. Really liking it. Okay, there we go. Hopefully it all continues to work out. 15 minutes is like nothing, okay? Get that cozy done and get it out of there, okay? Molly, were you saying holy moly too? Me being so loud? Or is that because of my number 2 won? Yay. Oh, man, y'all. Okay, looks like it's shaping up to be a good day. I feel like at odds with myself now because I don't have anything to read. Yet, not really that I have nothing to read, is that I don't want to start another book. I already finished my book for the book club tonight. So I try not to start too many books in a day. So I already finished that one this morning. I like to finish in like mid to late in the day for a book so that it's not so much time left that I'm thinking. But I already have my lists for next month. Remember, Read Your Library Readathon will be happening. So make sure that you look into that. It is hosted by Atia and Booking It with Atia. I'm one of the lovely co-hosts. She has asked me to help out, and I am enthusiastically about it because I love the library. And I have an announcement video if y'all interested in checking that out, giving you some details as well as a little TBR. So I got some stuff already going on. I keep forgetting to look up, it's a promothon, Magical Readathon. I keep forgetting to look that one up too. I participated in the last, 2 years, but I keep forgetting to look up to see, what that's about. I kind of go in and out in different callings or whatnot. But I need to see if I'm going to participate in that this year so I'll just tack on the books I already have to it. Definitely not going to recreate the wheel, but I got quite a number of books that, we can add to the mix on that one. I am just looking for an announcement video for y'all. Okay, hold up a second. There we go. Read Your Library Readathon. Hey, Chris, how are you doing? Hope everyone is having a great day. No reading for me, but wanted to go pop in and share the love. Awesome. Thank you very much for coming by, Chris. Much appreciated. Are you going to be gaming today? For those of y'all that are not aware, Mr. Chris there is a gamer, is on all the time with live games where you can go ahead and actually, help him decide. It's kind of like Sims and stuff of what's going on. Pretty good time. Latest video. This is also another video that y'all may be interested in as well. There we go. I just wanted to put in a few links, but here's your Read Your Library Readathon right there if you want to take a look at some details on my TBR. And then this is my latest video where I read a book called Funny Things Happen. It's kind of like Polygamy meets Reno 911. Funny show. It's a good time, little short video if you're interested in checking that out. Okay, just had to plug those there. But we're going to get into another sprint here, y'all. Okay, let's see. We have. Let's see. Did that come up? Nope. Restream, y'all, be doing the most. Okay, it's like lags when I go between screens. Like it doesn't know what I'm trying to do. It does, and now it keeps giving me this little option. All right, there we go. Okay, bear with me, y'all. The chaos of using Restream. Okay, it can be a chore, but here we go. We have a koala bear race, y'all. Isn't that adorable? So adorbs. Let me get this off the screen. Where is my cursor at, y'all? Dun, dun, dun. All right, so we have our 3 koala bears. You kind of, or 4, I'm sorry. You can't really see one, but he's there. I promise you. All right, so we have 1 through 4. Number 1 looks kind of pink. You know what? We're going to go by the scarves, okay? So I don't have to decide between colors. Actually, 1 and 4 is similar too. All right, we'll go by the pink bears. We have pink bear with the blue scarf, number 1. Number 2 is the white bear with the green scarf. Number 3 is like a light green bear with a yellow scarf. And 4 is a gray bear with a blue scarf. So pick your poison. I'm going to go with number 3. I like the color coordination. Ow. You have green on yellow, okay? Or yellow on green. Depends on how you look at it. Kendra's going to go with number 1. And Pacing's going to go with number 1 is, I said that wrong. Kendra's 3 and the other's 1. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. So we have 2, and then I also said 3. So we have 3 in the mix. Anybody want to throw some support behind some other bears? Give them some motivation. Grace is number 4. Okay, so we got 1, 3, and 4. No love for number 2, y'all, huh? Okay, this will be a good time there. Good race. All right, we're gonna get to this race. I'm gonna go clean up a little bit, see what else I want to cook with my cabbage, and take these big horrible pills I have. Uh, if I don't come back from sprint, y'all, you know I choked up. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Black Widow chose number two. Okay, so we have one, two, three, and four. Okay, uno, dos, tres, cuatro. I like it. I like it. Christina says hello to Mr. Chris. Chris is probably on stream. He generally streams about now. And Amberly says, "Oh, just in time, number three. Yep, number three's fun time. That's the one I chose as well." And Kelly chose number four. We got a good race here. All right, y'all. We're off to the races. Okay. Happy reading. See you in 45. And we have a winner, number four, number four. Great koala. That would have been my second choice. I'll say that. Well, how did that sprint go for everyone? Let me know. Let me know. What did I do? What did I do? Oh my gosh. I spent a lot of it on the internet. I was looking at a lot of videos. I went to TikTok, unfortunately, and I saw this video, very interesting, about a light bulb. There are emergency light bulbs that you can have in water. So that's pretty cool. Um, you can basically put it in water and it will run. So who doesn't want that, right? So emergency light bulb that runs in water. And also, I guess there's an adapter of some sort. So you can run it without connecting to electricity. So anyway, I went on a little rabbit hole about that. So did that, and whew, I don't even know. I feel like the entire sprint just went by in a haze. I have no idea what happened. I did get things set to do. Excuse me. Hold on a second. Excuse me. I did set up, excuse me, for washing my hair. I was running around looking for a little brush a little while ago, and I don't know where it is. Anyway, what are those things that you sit there and try to figure out, like, where did my stuff go? So anyway, so just looking around for some things. I just felt like the sprint just disappeared, and I have no idea what happened to it. I think I spent most of it sitting here, but then I went to the kitchen. I did some cleaning, and I can't remember what else I did. No reading. No, this is not a reading sprint for me because I finished my book this morning, for those of y'all that weren't here. So did not do any reading, but that's that. I'm sitting here like dumbfounded about what happened with my sprint. I couldn't have spent all that time looking at things on the internet. Made some notes. That's that. So quick sprint with not much to show for it. Okay, but I'm having things done here, so I will say that. Let's see, where are we at here? Kelly, yes, your number 4 did indeed win. So there we go. There we go. Let's see. Kelly said you finished A Drop of Corruption. Solid 5 stars. This series is genius. Ooh, good job. Good job. How many books are in this series? How many books? I'm glad you enjoyed A Drop of Corruption. I like the title. Chris says hello to Christina, and Christina has some links for us if this clicks. Restream is very slow today, y'all. Don't know if it's Restream or my internet, but something's going slow today. So bear with me if links are popping up late, or if like it's a black screen before I pop up, or the timer. Okay, it's the internet. But Christina is talking about round 2. These are the announcements and the TBRs for Read Your Library round 2. Good time. Pretty much we're reading books from the library, okay, in whatever fashion you consider library. That includes those ebooks too. So take a look at the video. There's a challenge card. There's also a bingo board. There's 3 different modes that you can play in. So it suits a little bit of everybody. Okay, it's a good time. Starts tomorrow. Tomorrow, y'all. Let's see. Christina says, read your library sprint trolley. Yes, and this is the sprints. Are going to have as many sprints as possible. I actually need to write a note. Need to go back and take a look at that sprint. I'm one of the co-hosts. I'm going to go back and take a look and see if I needed to add any more. Where is... just making notes if my pen worked. All right, There we go. Thank you for that reminder. Much appreciated. Christina says, just so you have them for tomorrow. Exactly. Thank you very much. It's always a good time trying to figure out who's sprinting and all that good stuff. Okay. So make sure y'all go ahead and drop on board. Make sure you click on that and you can see when all the sprints are happening. Tons of people, be a good time. Christina says to remember to hydrate, feed yourself, the laundry, meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Much appreciated. Definitely do all of those things. Take number 2. Mary was going to stay with 3. Yeah, I was on 3 too. Did not work. Okay. Hello, Jen. How are you doing? Good morning. What are you up to today? What are you up to? Yeah, it didn't work out for us, y'all, but that's okay. We have one more sprint left, okay? My plan was to stay a little bit later. However, I need to wash my hair. And I don't want to keep going back and forth and all this stuff. So I'm going to just cut out sprints after this next one here. But I am going to attempt to try to do sprints a little bit longer. I have some challenges throughout April I'm looking at, so I'm not going to even say what time. We'll just play it by ear. One of the times that I have. April and May are just some weird months for me for sprinting. Even May will be a challenge, y'all, because I have some Tuesdays I have problems with. And on April, I have, next week I have a dental appointment, so that just won't work there. So anyway, we're going to be getting out here around 3 today. Hold up. What am I looking at? Hold up. I'm looking at 2 different things. Sorry. I'm looking at April 7th. We will be here till 5. What are we today? Today will be shorter. Yes, because I have to do hair and cut out for book discussion at 7:30 p.m. later tonight. So if y'all are inclined, want to stop in, even if you've not read the book or not, feel free to do so. Or if you don't plan to book and want to read the book and want to hear about it, then we will be discussing, okay? Dimension running, maybe not. Probably. I never tell with these races. Exactly. It's like some of them just jut out and then they slow down. Technology. Koalas, I'm choosing the one at the front because teal is my second favorite color. Teal is a very nice color, Molly. Definitely a nice color. I mean the one nearest us, not at the front of the race. Oh, you're talking about number 1? Yeah, it didn't work out. Number 4? What was the winner? Molly says that one was winning when I joined. I should have picked it. That's how it is. It always has somebody starts out fast and then it wind up being, it's always that person last minute just zoom on by. I'm like, no, it's a travesty. Amber says, I'm not sure what I did, but somehow I only read about 5 pages. See, that's the same with me. It's like you're sitting there. Sometimes you can chronicle what happens with your time, and others you're like, well, what did I do? That's how I felt like the last sprint was. I think when I get on the internet and start looking at stuff, it wastes time. Like I enjoy social media, but it's one of those things that I try not to get involved in if I am in the middle of something else, unless it's a flexible. Like I can put on a sprint and then kind of walk away a little bit, or a lot. Sometimes I'll have on sprints and I'm totally doing other stuff and don't know what's happening, but it's supporting. It's there. I'm one of those numbers. But yeah, the ones where you like have to actively like scroll and all this other stuff. Oh my gosh, it could take a minute. Okay, it could take a minute. Grace says 83% into a vow of embers. Oh, okay, 83. Good job. You're almost done there. Okay, you got this. You got this. Pacing says I updated my day planner with daily page goals for April so I can get through all of these books I have planned. Okay, that works. Hey, I like that. I like how you separate and plan for your daily page goals. I've never attempted to do that. I've thought about it. It just never was. Some days I may read more than others. And then if I'm always playing catch up, like if you're behind in one day and then catch up the next, I don't know. I feel like I would always be behind. So I don't even try. I just be like, when I'm done, I'm done. Now, what I could do though, instead of a daily page goal, is to set like a book start and end date goal. About the only thing that I do that with is a book club, because you have to by a certain day to read the book, right? Like this book for Dominion for the book club tonight. I started, what's today? Tuesday. I started on Sunday. Okay, so I knew I had that as a goal that I had to get through. So, but other than that, it's like, yeah, yeah. But it's good to keep you on track if you're a uh like goal oriented for each and every day of, hey, these are my to-do list tasks. You have like Alicia has the spinner wheel of, hey, these are my tasks or whatever. Or if you have like a goal sheet for the day, I think that's really cool, to be like, hey, these are my goals. My day's not done until it's done. I do that like with working out, but it's whenever it happens. It doesn't have to happen at a specific time, but you know yourself better than others, so front load it. Kelly says, got to 30% in fried green tomatoes in the Whistles. Hold up. 30% in fried green tomatoes in the Whistle Stop Cafe. Oh, okay. I'll put it together. At first, I was like, okay, the movie, the book. Okay, that's interesting. Long title. Scrubbing the litter box. Just sifting it wasn't enough this time. That's good. Saves you some time and effort. Okay, on that one. How many kitty cats do you have? I know you have Cora. That's the doggy. Is that the only one? That's the only one I'm aware of. How many kitty cats do you have? I was having a conversation with my husband the other day about which is more convenient, dogs or cats. Because with dogs, you have to take them out, a few times a day. I guess, you can entertain them, but a walk can entertain them. But it even depends on the dog. Those little small dogs, like I have my little small dog here, Cammy. Y'all seen her on stream. And she's like 10 pounds. She really does not need any entertainment, and she does not need any walks. Now, she goes on walks. My husband takes her out, but it's probably more for him. But it allows her to do her business, but she doesn't really need to be entertained. Her entertainment is you and following you around the house, So, but that's her, and then also if you go out of town, then you have to find somebody to watch them. Whereas if you have cats, then you have the expensive litter, which can get, pretty pricey. Then you have to clean out a litter box. They tend to entertain themselves. And then when you go out of town, depending on how long, then you may not have to actually have somebody come and check in on them, So I don't know which is more convenient or not. So that's very interesting. I don't know. I think about that. We have a dog that's senior. At some point, she will, might get her a buddy. So a buddy's in place when and if something happens to her, But we go back and forth about what that consists of. Kelly has 2 cats, Cora, my puppy, and Benny, my daughter's dog, until she moves out at the end of August. Oh, okay. Oh, y'all got 4 pets in the household. Okay, I get you. I didn't know about the cats. I know about Cora. Okay, is Benny a big dog? Because Cora's a puppy, but Cora's a big. She's a big baby. And do they all get along too? Cats are lower maintenance, but also lower reward, in my opinion. Dogs are high maintenance, but so much more love towards you, in my experience. Yeah, see, I like the idea of dogs being a little bit more active. They're your baby, you want to show them off. Cats are more of like an internal thing. It's an internal reward of you come home to this cat, right? That may or may not care that you just walked in the door, mind you. Dogs sometimes too, but for the most part, they're very happy to see you. So I do think in the heart departments, depending on how you look at it, I do think dogs are a little bit more rewarding. But I think they tend to be a lot more active, and I am definitely an active person. So I do like a dog that gives me a little bit more vocality. That's a word. I just made it up. And also, you can take them places and show them off. Like I like taking my little doggy places. My husband is a primary walker of our little small dog. When we had our bigger dog, rest in peace, I was a primary walker. He could walk some miles, and I took him. Okay. But with my little small dog, my husband walks around the neighborhood and all the people talk to him and all this other stuff. And just, it's a little bit different, but I definitely have always liked a dog versus a cat. I mean, I'm mildly allergic to cat dander, so that might be another reason. But I got over it because he had cats when we got together, so I dealt with it. But we have the one dog now, and so I don't know. Pets can be a challenge. It can be expensive too, but we have that little robot. So I'm sure at some point he likes cats. So I'm sure at one point we will probably wind up with another cat. But I do like a little dog. Although I am like second fiddle with my dog, okay? My husband is the end all be all, okay? So I always thought I'd get this little dog that would dote on me, and I so am not. It's like, where did I get in the mix? You were my idea. I tell her that. I was like, I was the one that said to get you. I was the one that said, let's go look for this dog. I think I'm a little bit too active. I don't sit still. I'm always doing stuff, cooking, cleaning, walking around, stuff. My husband tends to be a lot more sedentary, especially since he works from home in the last few years. And she tends to like to just sit on his lap. Okay, so it becomes a burden with this girl who comes in and says, hey, we need to get up and do something, Cora is 45 pounds. Ooh, 45-pound puppy. Dang, that's a big girl. She's adorbs. How many pounds is she going to be as an adult? Benny is 65 pounds. As that adult, and they adore each other. It's going to be sad when he leaves. And that's the thing where they don't have a buddy. Luckily, my dog, she liked the other pets, not gonna lie, but I think my husband replaced them. So, I think he feels guilty, especially since he's senior and since we, watched our other pets not be around anymore. He gets very apprehensive about leaving her. I don't mind as much, but he does. So we tend to not do a lot of things that don't include her for long periods of time. Like I have some vacation time in May to go do something, and he doesn't want to fly anywhere. So wherever we're going to go is where we can drive and take this little dog with us. So I need to go start looking for an Airbnb so we can make that happen. Okay, because I'm definitely not sitting in the house that entire time. Okay, not gonna do it. I wanted to do a cruise, but not taking the dog on the cruise, so there is that. Both dogs follow me everywhere. Yeah, see, I don't mind a little small dog following me around. My bigger tall dog, and he was only like 30 pounds, mind you. He wasn't like super big. He was just very intrusive. So I think it just depends on the dog. My dog was just so needy, had separation anxiety, but it was I hate to say it, I hate to talk bad about him, but it was just like, I loved him. He was my boo. I had him for over 10 years, but when he left our home, it wasn't a big, like I missed him, but it wasn't like I was overly distraught. I don't know. That sounds bad. I might be saying the wrong terms. It just felt like our household kind of freed up from chaos. When I got him, he was 2. And I recognized within the first few months, maybe the year, that I don't think that his name was Chase, that he was probably like the best dog for me. But I got him from a shelter, and I thought about taking him back, and I just wasn't trying to do that. Okay. So I we made the most of this dog. And when my husband and I got married, because I got him as a single person, he latched on more to him. But this dog was a lot of chaos. Like he would get upset and like pee on the coffee table or something like that. He would whine like a bird, like just a lot of things I never really expected in a dog. I took him to a behavioral person, just a brief consultation, and they were just like, kind of distraught with him too, not gonna lie. And it just they were just saying he would be in a severe challenge to train. Just didn't have the effort. I was moving around a lot, things like that. So it just was, he was just a lot of work. I really couldn't, he was erratic, so I really couldn't get somebody to watch him. When I got my other dog, and I did finally get somebody to watch him, it was like they loved my one dog that I have here. And, it's like, well, you have to take both if we are, if you take one for babysitting. So it was just a lot with him. So I just think the chaos ended. So it just taught me that I didn't necessarily want a bigger dog either. And he's 30 pounds. It wasn't like he was that big. Just, he was a terrier. It was just a lot of chaos I was not prepared for. So I would definitely stick to like a little small teacup size, 10 pounds or less dog if I ever got another one in the future. I think that's just more my speed of where I'm at and I feel comfortable, because they're not as much of a nuisance even when they are being a nuisance. I like a small, I like a small dog that's kind of a nuisance, not gonna lie. I don't mind that. Give me a cat that's a little bit of a nuisance, that's kind of snarky, fine. Like my dog here, she's a little quiet, but you don't even know she's there. She may beg for food, but it's just her sitting across the room looking at you, instead of my bigger dog would be right in front of your face, whining like a bird and throwing a temper tantrum, and you tell him to move and he would just walk in a circle and come back. Like it was absolute chaos all the time. I refuse to ever do that again. So I'd rather a little small dog for just me, if that's the case. But dogs are still nice. It provided a lot of entertainment, I guess. And, we've definitely had a lot of arguments and expense of things surrounding him. Jen says, I have cats because 1, I have an apartment, 2, dogs are higher maintenance, and I want to do it right when I get one. Yeah, but that's the thing though. Not all dogs, it depends on what you call maintenance, but not all dogs are a lot of maintenance. If you get smaller dogs, like those Malteses, like mine's a Maltese Shih Tzu mix, she is content with just sitting at the house. Yeah, you have to take her out to go pee. Some people actually have like those little teacup poodles and chihuahuas and teach them to use a litter box. I'm not going through that. Dogs have a lot more, they tend to be a little bit more erratic and throw things around. So I'd rather we just go outside and do your business. But it depends on what you consider maintenance and what type of dog that you get too. If you have a big dog, it's definitely better to have a yard so you can put them out there. I think for everybody's sanity. With my dog, when I first got him, I stayed in it was like a townhouse or part of a house. So I didn't have a yard, but I took him for a lot of walks. And then when I did get a yard, I think he was so used to being around me that when I would put him out, he did not like it and he would whine and scratch at the door, even though he's a high maintenance dog that needs to go outside. And then he would, chase squirrels and sometimes catch them. I just did not have, I don't have the patience I don't like pets that go in and out too. That's not really my thing. I would prefer a dog either be in or out. I don't want to have to look out the window and see you chasing around with half an animal in your mouth. Like, no. If you go out, I go out. When I come in, you go in. That way I know where you were at. Like that's my whole thing with a pet. Okay. Some people have those cats that they let out into the neighborhood and have them come back. I'm not with that either. What were you doing? Are you a member of 3 different homes? Other people feeding you? You look pretty healthy. You're not hungry? Why? Did you just have another meal? Do you have a whole nother family? Why didn't you come home? Did those people decide to take you in? Did you just kill a rat? Like, I don't know. I can't know. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. So in that respect, cats are good. You know where they're at if they're just in the house, okay? Kelly, exactly. Definitely. Definitely. You just got to figure out the pet for you, okay? Kelly says, I need a dog big enough to defend me. It makes me feel safe. You know what? Okay. I understand that. I have heard many people use that same I wouldn't call it an argument because I'm not really saying it's an argument because I understand I'm for it. But I've had people use that same statement about why they want a bigger dog. But I have seen some scary ass big dogs. Okay, like my dog, for all the yapper, because he is all bark and no bite. Okay, that was what he was. Rest in peace, Chase. This dog will act Billy badass in front of other people, snipping and all this other stuff, but it was a sign of insecurity. Because let there be any threat, this dog would come behind me all the time. Okay, you hear a real strange noise, and he starts looking at you and gets behind you. And I'm like, dude, you're supposed to be going up front. And I'd be like, go Chase, go downstairs. Like if I hear a weird noise and it's dark, I'd be like, go up front. And he would not. He didn't like guys, especially scruffy guys. Okay, so he would be barking and acting like he's real aggressive. So I was very apprehensive around him being around men. And I think it was because I got him at 2 from a shelter. And I believe that he was abused by a man because he was okay with females and children, no matter what they look like. He was good with them, love them. But a dude come around and he's like, snarping and stuff like that, you know. But then it's like, how does that transfer to you being a defense? Because that was one of the things when I got him. He was bigger than what I thought, but I was thinking, I'm a single lady living alone. He may be a good person for that. And no, it was a whole nother babysitting job. So you got to get the right pet, you know, like I said, testing their demeanor and knowing up front. And it's good if you're going to get a pet that's already been around, like you get them as an adult. It's good to visit them a few times to know their demeanor, besides visiting them in a shelter once and taking them home, you know, because them shelter people say anything to get you to take that dog home. Because when I was second guessing and I went to go sit in the parking lot to think it over, they came after me and was like, you're not going to take him home? And I should have known there was something right then and there. Should have known something. Yeah, pets can be needy. I'm telling you, they can definitely be needy, okay? Kelly says, was he a husky? I can't handle huskies or Great Danes. They're big babies and just can't do it. Oh man, yeah, they definitely. I get you. No, he was a terrier mix, but I've heard that they can be some big babies. I have a person in my neighborhood that has a husky. My sister had a big Doberman. This dude was huge too. Oh my god, so big. Oh, too big. And he was big. Like he was like up to my waist, and he would be right behind me all the time. And like when I would visit her, and like his nose is literally at my butt. Like you stop and his nose hits your butt. Like my other dog would do that, and his nose would hit my like the back of where my like in the back of my knee, like on my calf. I do not need a dog touching me. That's just like growing up my cousins' cats. That's one of the reasons why I was like, I don't really like cats. But I have, as I've gotten older, met different cats. So I've changed my opinion about like kind of their demeanor. But her cat would always come up and rub against you. I'm one of those elective affection people. So I don't want a person, much less an animal, constantly like on me, you know, that's just not okay. Rubbing against your leg, putting their wet nose on you, begging for things. Yeah. No, that's like having a kid, and I don't have a kid in the house. So I couldn't deal. Can't deal. And then I definitely don't need a pet that sheds. I'm done with that, period. Small, big, whatever. You shed, you will not be coming into my house. I don't care how much I like the breed. I'm done with that, okay? I have done that got the card, got the t-shirt, tore the card up, and sliced the t-shirt. I'm done with any pets that shed. I'm not going to do it anymore. Uh, I was a dog sitter for a while and loved it. I mean, that ought to be fun with other people's pets. We went to a dog park the other day and bought my dog. Wasn't too many dogs there. It was like 3 people, and they slowly left with their dogs as soon as we got there. But I will play with other people's pets at the dog park. And when I get home, I wash all that off and sit down and watch TV with my one dog. I don't need to take them home, okay, at all. I tell her, no, you wouldn't. Just like, no huskies. Kelly said, my daughter thought she wanted a husky, and then she started dog grooming, and she was like, never a husky. Hey, that's the thing. You never know until you know, okay? A lot of times people don't really get that experience with these pets until they get. It's good to like be around people with these different pets so you know what you're getting into before. And if you're one of those people that the exact pet that you want, you can go visit a few times before you take them home and make the decision. That's a good thing too. Kelly says, I really tried hard not to tell her I told you so. Just be like, Jen says they are beautiful, but so dramatic and an escape artist. Oh, really? Ooh, I did not know that. Okay. Great Danes are babies. I love those. I just don't want a big dog. I never did. They take up space. That's the thing. They take up space. I don't want to share my space all the time. So that's another thing. That's that selfishness in me, but I think you manicure your life the way that you want it. And if you have a choice, why wouldn't you exert that? So that's the way I look at it. So I don't think it's selfish. I don't think it at all. Dogs are like having another baby to me. I want to train and do all of that if I have one. You know what? There's something to be said for that, because you can, I think there's free will no matter what. Okay. I definitely believe in that in whatever pet you get. However, when you do get them, you can, like from a baby, you can manicure habits and things like that from them from the beginning. And that's one of the great things about getting one as a baby. I don't want to go through the hassles of the things you do with toddlers and babies. And that's the thing. I don't want to do the potty training. I don't want to do the teeth falling out and the chewing on my stuff. Get them spayed and neutered. Let that, especially for the girls, take care of that. Like all of my pets I've gotten have been all done before I got them. Trained, all that stuff. My girl dog, the one I have now, they had just is it spayed or is it neutered? I think it's spayed for the female, right? They'd just done her. So she had like a little bit of bleeding when I got her, like the first month. But I was just like, this is already annoying. Imagine if I would have had her for however long, you know? So I want that ease. I want to bring you into the house and I say, sit and you do it. Not that she does. My other dog, at least, he understood commands and heel and stop and stuff. He picked and choose when he did it. So I had to be a little forceful with him, but he did. This one acts like she don't know what I'm talking about. But that is because my husband spoils her. However, I can get away with this little small dog who doesn't listen as much because she's not invasive by any means. Okay. She just has like some anxiety about, my husband's not being around. That's about it. Like he went to an appointment a little while ago. So she moped around at the door a little bit and then she set her ass on the couch and that's where she's been, just waiting for him to come back. I'm good to go. Good to go. No problem. My other dog would have pissed all on the floor and would be scratching all over the place. That's a no-go. And whining like, no, that's he too big for that. I'm like, you 10 years old, 30 something pounds. You need to grow up. Like dogs don't listen to that. See, I could be a bit of a hard ass, not gonna lie. So it's best I just stay in my lane. Small dogs I can control, okay? That's where we're at, okay? Great Danes are so dramatic and they have feelings. I just can't see. Kelly knows what I'm talking about. I don't have time for you to be in your feelings. I'm paying your bills. I'm buying you food. I'm taking you for a walk. What I say goes. If I said no, I mean that. If I said you are not coming with me, don't try to run out the door past me. That's what my other dog would do. I just can't. Don't pee all over my floor. And now you just made a whole nother thing that I got to deal with. It was like temper tantrum and I'm not talking about every once in a while. It was literally every day. Almost got kicked out of an apartment because of this dog. And that's when I was seriously thinking of returning him to the shelter. And in the end, I just couldn't do it. My heart was just like, and my husband, well, boyfriend at the time, now husband, was like, I would not have allowed you to do that. It's just, yeah, I just can't. I can't. A dog that size shouldn't have that kind of that. Exactly. You're not going to know. And that's the thing I was told by somebody that trains dogs. It was like, you're the leader of the pack when you get a pet, especially a dog. You're the leader. They should never win, because then you're teaching them that they can get their way and they will continue to try to debo you. And that was the issue that I had with that previous dog between me and my husband, is that I was always leader of the pack. When I said no, I said it in a firm voice and that's it. Sometimes he would listen. When my husband was around, it was party time, because he would discipline him and then the next minute give him treats and be rubbing him and saying, good boy. Y'all seen him on sprints. When I first started BookTube, y'all seen Chase. He's, black dog, looks like a min pin, but he's bigger. But there was some inconsistencies between me and my husband because we had different ways in which we addressed him. So when my husband was around, he didn't really listen. When it was just me and him, I didn't really have I had problems. Okay. I didn't have as many problems, okay, because I kept that stalker in check, okay? So you can't avoid that. He peed on the floor because he got upset because you left the house or something. But still, I'm just saying it wasn't as much chaos, but it's definitely a tude, okay? Jen says, I'm a medium-sized kind of dog girly. You know what? To each his own. And that's the reason they make pets in so many different varieties. You choose what works for you. Okay. I always wanted a little small dog, which is what we have here. And I compromised with the dog I got, which was a medium-sized dog. And I recognized that mistake and I paid for that mistake for over 10 years. I'm not making that mistake ever again. Okay. I'm not being talked into something. I would rather not have a pet than be talked into something that causes me chaos. I just refuse to do that again. Jen said we almost adopted a Belgian Malinois once, but it just wasn't the right time. I've never heard of a Belgian Malinois. Speak of the devil. I hear my husband's car, the bumping noise, and I hear my dog just whining. I'm going to get up and close the door. Malinois. Ooh, that was like a German Shepherd. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Belgian Malinois. Yeah, already too big for me. Let me close this door real quick. Hold on a second. Oh. Well, it's a beautiful dog. It wouldn't be my speed either, but I would play with it at a dog park. Dog parks, I play with all the dogs, but yeah, no. I was at a dog park once and I was just sitting there and all of a sudden this little toy, well, toys are small. No, I guess it would have been a toy because teacups are smaller, but it was maybe 8 pounds. This little poodle just appeared in my lap. It was the most obnoxious dog at the dog park. And this was one of those dog parks where it wasn't separated by big or small. I like now that dog parks are doing that though. Big side, small side. But anyway, this little dog was just obnoxious and playing with everybody. But I'm sitting there looking, minding my own business. And all of a sudden this dog just jumps into my lap. It just sat there for like 30 seconds. So I just pet it, but just very, very friendly. Okay. Kelly says, oh, that's another breed I can't handle. I already have to walk this lab 3 miles a day. Woo! No way I could keep up with the exercise and Malinois needs. Wow. Whew. Yeah, that's a lot. See, yeah, it keeps you active if you're one of those people that want to be active. The thing is, do you always want to be active and walk 3 miles a day? And I'm a walker. I walk for a living at work. Sometimes at home, I just don't have it in me when I get home to do that. Okay. Even on my days off, let's say I'm tired. Like I'm good for a 20-minute walk after I do my workout here to stretch my legs, but I might not want to be walking 3 miles a day, and so I like a dog where I have the option. I don't mind taking you outside, scoot your booty out there, but that's a lot. And the yard is nice, but the dog doesn't always, if you have a yard, want to go out there and get their own exercise. And just walking around a yard without like actually like walking like consistently or chasing something, they might not get out all of their energy. And what do you do with that? Like there's been times with my other dog, the terrier, I would literally walk this dude 2 to 3 miles and we would come in and he would do that. What do they call it? The zoomies or something, or zoomos, where they run around in circles and stuff and like all over, jumping on the couch, running here, jumping there. He would pee, mind you. He'll twinkle a little bit, but I'm like, so you trying to tell me that walk I just did ain't shit? Like that's the way I look at it. Like my ass is tired, and you're telling me that was nothing to you, that you came in and immediately started running around. So it's like I'm not trying to get my feelings hurt already. So no. Oh man, y'all. Jen says, I woke up to a bowl of cat food and a bowl of water on the front porch today. Someone suckered husband. Oh no. See, that cat probably has 2 other homes, and now you and your husband just y'all the third family. I'm telling you, these cats be having maids, especially if they getting fat. Like a lot of people take pity on these pets, that are outside pets. It's like, oh my God, they're hungry. That cat does not look like they're hurting for a meal. Okay, at all. People nah, y'all. That happened with my father-in-law. He took in a pregnant mama cat, and next thing you know, she had 6 babies, and all of them were in a spare room in their house. And then they were going back and forth to friggin' was it Petco, PetSmart, the adoption thing. I guess they put them in the window during the day, but at night you got to take them home or something. I'm like, this is a full-time job trying to get these cats adopted out. They paid to spay and neuter them. Oh no. What do you got me bent. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I commend people that do, y'all. Okay. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to like be disrespectful to anybody that chooses to spend their time and their money and efforts, but not me. Okay. So you already know. Don't expect Courtney to be a part of that. Okay. So good luck with that. Good luck. This one is very well trained. He was fostered by a trainer and 2 years old, but I didn't feel right about it. Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes it's just not for you. Jumbo Jim saying he went to a family with a 10-year-old, and I'm happy with that. That 10-year-old will give some energy and a long lifespan. Okay. That kid's young. Tire him out. Make the childhood best friend, Kelly says, my dog and Benny loves people, but if anyone ever raises their voice, they're in front of us with their hackles up. See, that's nice. That's nice. My dog will pee. The old one. This one, she just sits there. But yeah, my dog would just kind of pee on the floor. He may bark. It depends on who is being yelled at. Or he may just get behind me. Don't know. He was very erratic. You don't know what his reaction was. So I couldn't really put him around people because like every once in a while, he would be so friendly to some random stranger on the street that we don't even know. And then other people, he would bark and try to bite. And then once I was at a campsite and I did not want to take this dog, but I didn't want to pay a babysitter. So we took this dog to the campsite and we're walking around and some old scruffy dude asked me if he can pet my dog. I told this dude no. But his entitled tail decides he's going to not only pet my dog, but rub him on the face around the mouth. And I don't know if my dog bit him or just is his canine with the jerking because it happened so fast. But either way, the dude's finger was bleeding. And now I'm nervous this dude's going to sue me or something like that. For one, that's your fault. But then the thing is, the whole circumstance, I already knew I would be blamed. So I just was like, no, we just went and took the dog home and cut the camping short. I just was not trying to be around that. But yeah, dogs can be erratic. You got to know their behavior. And when there's erratic, it sucks because I got a dog, so it could be a social thing. I can go out for walks, talk with other people, things like that. But I would like be apprehensive about when people would stop me because everybody thought he was cool. Everybody, I would get stopped all the time. Oh, your dog's cool, but it's like, can I pet him? No, it's like. Now this dog, oh my God, Cammy, people love her. They're always wanting to pet her, and then she's like hiding behind. But it makes her nervous. But I don't mind people petting her. I just say be gentle, and then give her a little rub afterwards. I think it's good for her to have that people interaction. But she's not like that erratic person, But I don't take her to like festivals and things like that because I think it would make her a little bit more freaked out being around a big group of people. So I leave her at home for that. But for walks and stuff, I think she's good. I adopted a cat that was about 1.5 years old and thought I escaped the kitten stage. Nope, I'd call him and talk. Oh, Jen. Yeah, and that was how my dog was. I thought he was like a teen. He was like a toddler going on a teen. It was just like temper tantrums and stuff. Yeah, you got to know their demeanor up front. Sometimes the people will give you information that you get them from. And then other times I think that they lie. I'm just going to be honest. Maybe they just don't know everything, but I do think that sometimes they lie to get this animal out of their shelter, to a good home. And then it's like preying on your sentimentality of you got them from a shelter. Are you really going to bring them back? That sucks. Jen says he came to us nearly feral, and I don't think the owners really worked with him. He's better now, but still a toddler. Yeah, depending on their background, you really do need to teach them. Got to teach them well. I think my dog, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was just dropped off at the shelter with some toys. So they didn't really know much about him. This dog here, the one I have now, they found her roaming the streets of Philadelphia. You can already tell she had a litter. But she's real quiet, and you could tell she was taken care of. She had just been, I think she ran away. She has a little ADD. I recognize that in her. Okay. She gets sidetracked and has to be, reeled in a little bit, which makes her really perfect for my husband. So I think she just ran away, like walked away and got lost. Okay. Cause I have to redirect her a lot here, but she was well fed, just very kind of scruffy. Like she'd been on the streets a little bit, so they bust her up and she's good to go. Gotta love them pets. Kelly says, well, we have a yard, but it's not the same. She needs to get out of the house yard and get more stimulation and exercise. Exactly. Just putting him in the yard doesn't work. And that's what I was trying to tell my sister with her other dog, is that he was like starved for affection because she's put him outside pretty much all day. And at night she was bringing him in the house, but she didn't really pay attention to him. She didn't do any walks. And I'm like, them moping around the backyard, especially a big dog, doesn't cut it. Like they need to, they're not going to walk 3 miles in the yard. They might just sit and tan themselves, for 3 hours sitting around, you need to actually take them for some exercise. And that's something I might not want to do on a daily basis. Jen says there is a little guy that wanders the complex and even the office feeds him. It's probably for him. He's so spoiled. These pets know where it's at. If they're not somebody's pet, which many times they are, and the owner allows them to be community property, it saves on the headache. And if they get sick, somebody normally, if you have a pet that belongs to multiple families, community property, when that pet gets sick, I guarantee you somebody is going to take that pet to a vet and feed it if you're in a decent neighborhood. And the person who originally they were for doesn't have to take on that financial responsibility. I have known people that have done that. That's jacked up. Okay. We have a pet, a cat that roams around. I work at a hospital. We have a cat that roams the parking lot all over the place. I see it every day. I see some people, there's like 2 or 3 people that specifically bring food and feed it, like cat food, and will sit there and pet it and make sure it eats. I see it on top of when on cold days, it's under people's car, or when you just drive in, they sit on sits on the hood of your warm car. You see the paw prints. This cat is not hurting for food, okay? And it's domesticated. It picks and chooses who it wants to go up to. I don't let it get that familiar with me. I talk to it. That's about it. I talk to it on my way to the car. But other than that, I take my hands of it. But that cat is well fed and very much spoiled. And that cat stays in the hospital parking lot. That cat has a good life. It's basically living at a hospital. But people who take care of other people for a living, that cat knows it's in good hands. Okay, I'm just saying. Double Jen says this cat has an air tag. Is that what they are called? Oh yeah, the tracking device. Track him so he seems to be. Yeah, there we go. Yep, there we go. Yep. They can figure out if they really need to. They can figure out who that cat was registered to. Telling you, these pets have it made. All right, y'all. Let's get to this last sprint. I'm enjoying our kitty cat pet conversations, but yeah, these pets be living large, y'all. Okay, don't let them fool you. These pets on the street. I don't trust that they're really homeless. These pets have a good deal going on. Okay, many of y'all are contributing to a really good life for these pets. Okay, y'all, we have a firefly race. If I can get the correct screen on, where am I at here? There we go. There we go. Okay, so we have a firefly race, and who are you going to win? Let me know. So we have green, blue, yellow, and green. Hold up. I'm sorry. Let me say that wrong. Green, blue, yellow, and I'll say lime. Lime. I'm liking yellow and lime. I'm going to go with lime. I'm going to go with lime. Command decision made. Torn between yellow and lime, but I'm going to go with lime. I should say lemon lime. But yeah, I'll go with 4 there. Jen says, my daughter has been in Florida since last week and my big cat is willing at her door. Oh, they miss mama. The cat misses mama. Is like, where you at? I know you're in there. See, that's what my dog does. If my husband goes to take a shower and she hears him, especially if he's like doing other stuff like cleaning, moving things around, and he tends to put on a radio and stuff. And if she's in the front room, she will sit there and whine if she can't get back there. I don't like her to go into the bedroom because it's carpet and, it's already smells enough with all her bad tails. So I prefer her to go at night. So sometimes I'll block her or we'll close the door and she will just whine. Last week, she peed all on the floor. I mean, generally, she's good, though. She'll throw a little temper tantrum every now and then. That was probably the worst she's thrown in a long time. And she definitely suffered the consequences of that. I yelled at her really bad, but generally she's okay. I was like, I'm in the other part of the house, girl. You're in good hands. But that's what happens when he dares to do something without her. Okay. Okay. Amber Lee is also for the lime, and Kelly's for the lemon, and Mary's for the lemon. Oh, lemon lime is where it's at today. Okay, I get it. She will be home Thursday night. See, that's just a few days away. Tell the kitty cat to hold up. Wait a minute. You're there for them. Yeah, they're like, whatever. We never did get to on this day, mind you. Let me see if there's anything. Eiffel Tower was erected. Ewan McGregor was born. There was Earth Hour in Sydney, Australia, where in 2007, everybody turned on their lights to save some electricity. That's about it. All right, that's the highlight reel for today and this day. All right, y'all, let's get to this last sprint. Teal. Okay, number one. There we go. Okay, so we got 1, 3, and 4. Let's see who's going to win. Go lime. Okay, y'all, happy reading. Last sprint here. What did I know? What did I know? I do like the cute little happy dance, though. I will say that. How did I know that not lime lemon was going to win? Well, there's that. Okay, so number three is the winner. I almost chose number three too. I was thinking that that would be a good one, and look what happens. Look what happens. Well, that was the last sprint. I at least won one race, so I will say I'm grateful for that. So there's that. How did your sprints go? Let me know. I hydrated. I started looking at some books for next month, seeing what it is that I plan to read. I was thinking of starting with this one. I don't know. I like to have audio component, whether I read it or whether I use it or not for every book I read. And this one is one that I just put audio for hold. That's a few weeks. But I'm so looking forward to reading Goddess of the River. But I think I'm going to start with either Cursed Daughters or Aisha, because I have the ebooks for those, which means I can at least have an audio of some sort for it. This one, I just have the physical. So I think I'll wait so I can have an option. So either Aisha or Cursed Daughters, I will start the month with. So we'll see. I will see. Let's see. Molly says, I'll choose teal again. Yep. Annette says, hello, just home from work. So popping in to say hi and boop the like button. Boop, 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 boop. What are you going to do now that you're home from work? Let us know. Hello, Alicia. Just joining just in time for the last sprint. I ran a couple of errands and just finished lunch. Ooh, what did you have? Let us know. Thank you for sprints. I'm off again to get the kiddos. Hey, you know what? Somebody got to pick them up. Okay, be safe in those streets. You probably already left there. Okay. There we go. Yep, you got the women. So one thread for that sprint. That is a plus. So you got something done. So nothing wrong with that. I started doing some stuff with my hair. You know how. Well, you might not know, but with black hair, you got to prep it to wash. You don't just wash. So I was doing some prep with my hair, a little bit of, I call it detangling bit, get some flakes and all this other stuff out of it before I go to the wash. So that's what I'm going to go do right after this sprint. I got to get this chaos done because I have to be done by 7:30 for us to talk about Dominion, okay? 7:30 tonight, Dominion, for anybody who wants to speak on that book, and we'll be talking about it. Ren says, had dinner, made it to 80%. Thanks for sprints. Thank you for coming by. Thank y'all all. Need to mess around on the internet. Yeah, I know that. That's what I did at the beginning of the sprint. I had to get off, though, because I'm like, I got stuff to do. Mary said, thank you for the sprints, company and chat. As always, thank you so much for coming by. Much appreciated, okay? Grace says, 88% into Valve Embers. Oh, awesome. Okay, you got so much time left to finish this book for the day, if that's what you want to do. Okay, so I hope you get more good words in. Okay, space 64. There we go. Okay, you're in there. Slow start. You're getting there. Thank y'all for coming. Much appreciated. Didn't have any books to read because I finished mine this morning, so I did read on the sprint. I just finished it very early, so I've been procrastinating since then. But I will definitely be starting a book either later tonight or tomorrow. Or later or tomorrow night, either one. I work the next few days, so that's when I get my reading in. So just got to figure out what I'm going to start with. I have several books that have been on my list for wanting to read for a while, so I'm just excited. It's been a while since I've had like 5 books where have been my kind of anticipated reads for a minute. So they're all in 1 month. So good to go on that one. So excited. But first I got to get this hair done. Okay. So thank you all for coming. It's been a blessing. Thank you, Molly, as well. Thank you all for coming. It's been a great Tuesday. Much appreciated. I'm going to try to start extending sprints a little bit longer till around 5, unless I have something to do. So at least count sprints till 3 most days. Okay. But book club discussion tonight if you're around. Other than that, I will check out on the internet. I will have a video coming out on Saturday if y'all are around. Okay, deadly class vlog should be a good time. So otherwise, stay blessed, stay hydrated, stay cool, read some good books, and always